I say B, I say B-A, B-A-R, B-A-R-B, B-A-R-B-A-D-O-S, Barbados. I say I-L, I-L-O, I-L-O-B, I-L-O-B-E-Y-O-U, I love you. Barbados, you mean everything to me. You're my tropical paradise. Believe me, I don't ever want to be away from your warmth and your deep blue sky. I say B, I say B-A, B-A-R, B-A-R-B, B-A-R-B-A-D-O-S, Barbados. I love you, Barbados. I say B, I say B-A, B-A-R, B-A-R-B, B-A-R-B-A-D-O-S, Barbados. I say I say I-L, I-L-O, I-L-O-B, I-L-O-B-E-Y-O-U, I love you. Barbados, you mean everything to me. You're my tropical paradise. Believe me, I don't ever want to be away from Say B-A-R-B, B-A-R-B-A-D-O-S, Barbados. I love you, Barbados.
Testing 1 2. Hey, mic check. 1 2. Hey. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lloyd, Erskine, Sandiford Center. This is a mic check. Testing 1 2. 1 2. Check 1 2.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Holden. Can you hear me? Um, I just want to do another vocal check with you, sir.
Sure, no problem.
Put him in the house.
You want him in the house and not you, or both?
No, no, both. So we could communicate.
Right.
All right. And you can hear me. Your video looks pretty good. Just give me a countdown to 10, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I think you're good. And I think, Matthew, you're good. Yeah. Alrighty. I think we are still good.
Okay,
Thank you very much for your time and patience.
no problem. So, about half an hour's time.
Yes, please. Hopefully.
Okay, no problem.
All right.
By the Epstein files, while we're all focused on Trump's chaos, I want to talk about don't want your eyes off of this, no matter how many distractions we throw at us. The real power players are behind the curtain. Peter Thiel, Stephen Miller, and Russell Bott. Peter Thiel is the billionaire financer making this machine possible. He's quietly pumping millions into GOP races while his company, like Palantir, power the surveillance tech used by ICE. He avoids headlines, but pulls the strings with his money. Stephen Miller, now Trump's deputy chief of staff for policy, is the architect behind almost every executive order this year, especially the ones targeting immigrants, consolidating power inside the White House. Russell Bott,
check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Testing 1 2. Check 1 2. Testing 1 2. That level is good for you? Okay, great.
Dear guests, Barbados Conference Services Limited warmly welcomes you to the Lloyd Erskine Sandiford Centre. Before the start of your function, please take a note of a few housekeeping matters and safety procedures. Washrooms for ladies, gentlemen, and the differently abled are on both floors on the eastern, central, and western areas of the centre. Our signage will clearly indicate the washrooms closest to this room. In the unlikely event of an emergency, at the sound of the alarm, you will be required to immediately vacate the building by way of the nearest exit, all of which are clearly marked. If you are exiting from the upper floor, the stairs, not the elevators, must be used. In all emergency evacuations, the official assembly area is the main car park on the eastern side of the building, where you are asked to remain for your safety, and so we may account for everyone until the all clear is given. We wish you a most enjoyable time with us.
of Nigeria, the Most Honorable Percival Patterson, former Prime Minister of Jamaica and statesman in residence at P.J. Patterson Center for Africa Caribbean Advocacy, University of the West Indies, Mona. Senator Dr. the Honorable Chantal Munro Knight, Minister in the Prime Minister's Office with responsibility for culture. Members of the Cabinet of Barbados, Special Envoy Trevor Prescott, Special Advisor to the Prime Minister on Reparations and Economic Enfranchisement, Members of Parliament of Barbados, Members of the Diplomatic Corps, His Excellency David Comachong, Ambassador to CARICOM and or Moderator, Permanent Secretaries, Members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Crispin Hackett, your Master of Ceremonies, and it is my distinct pleasure to welcome each of you to this important roundtable discussion and the official launch of the book, Lest We Forget: Slavery, Slave Trade, Colonization, Emancipation, and Reparation. Your presence here adds great value to this momentous occasion. The event is jointly hosted by the Division of Culture, the Prime Minister's Office. And we begin this evening's proceedings by inviting Dr. Ricardo Kelman to the podium to deliver the welcome remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Master of Ceremonies. Honorable Prime Minister, I will not go through the list of dignitaries again, but thank you all for being here, and it's a pleasure to be in your company. It is my pleasure to deliver these remarks on behalf of the Director General, Donna Ford, who unfortunately could not be here today. It is with great pleasure and deep honor that I welcome each and every one of you to this meaningful occasion. This evening allows us, as a people, to bridge oceans and cross continents, to reflect, to share, to engage on the experiences, lessons, and research surrounding the impact of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade. It is also deeply moving that in the face of the grim realities of our shared history, we are able to come together to celebrate the launch of a significant publication entitled Lest We Forget: Slavery, Slave Trade, Colonization, Emancipation, and Reparation. When I pause to reflect on the title of this work, I am reminded that there is hope. The story of this region, of transatlantic slavery and its consequences, is not one of hatred, it is not one of despair. Fundamentally, it is one of hope, of a people who have suffered and have overcome time and time again. So this work that we are celebrating today reminds us to live always in hope and to keep moving forward. This evening, we are privileged to have among us esteemed leaders, distinguished scholars, cultural icons, and lifelong advocates from across the Caribbean and Africa. They are not only here to share the fruits of their research, but to speak from a place of lived experience, a cultural memory, shaped by the lingering impact of slavery. These impacts, as you all know, are multidimensional: economic, even physical, cultural, social. They are deep and abiding, but we also know that these effects can be remedied. To this end, I extend heartfelt appreciation to the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson, the Honorable Olusegun Obasanjo, His Excellency David Comachong, Professor Paulette A. Ramsey of the P.J. Patterson Institute for Africa Caribbean Advocacy of the University of the West Indies, Professor Peter Oko Bikola of Lagos State University, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, and Mr. Michael Holding, who will be online, our cricket legend and passionate voice for justice. A warm welcome is also extended to our special guests who have graced this evening with their presence and support. We acknowledge the many contributors and visionaries whose efforts brought this important work into being. As we journey through this evening's program of reflection, cultural expression, and deep discussion, I encourage each of us to receive the legacy of knowledge offered here with open minds and willing hearts. Let this moment serve as one of awakening, a moment to draw strength from the past and a renewed sense of urgency and, of course, of hope. Thank you again for being part of this significant gathering, and I thank you and look forward to participating with you in this engaging discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Kalman. Lest we forget that slavery and the transatlantic slave trade remain among the gravest violations of human rights in human history. In this context, I welcome Professor Paulette Ramsey, Research Fellow at the P.J. Patterson Institute for Africa Caribbean Advocacy, the University of the West Indies Mona Campus, to deliver the first of 2 book reviews offering the diaspora perspective.
Good evening, everyone. I acknowledge the presence of all distinguished persons here this evening, as mentioned by the chairperson. It is my great pleasure to present my review of the book being highlighted today. The prefatory clause, lest we forget, signals an exigent caution of the opprobrium that would be the lot of anyone who fails to remember the horrors of chattel slavery, the slave trade, and colonialism. This book is a commendable compilation of 12 essays written by academics, political activists, and diplomats from the African continent and the African diaspora. The authors all share a common interest in underlining the ignominious legacy of chattel slavery and in synthesizing ongoing debates about reparations. The 12 essays are framed by a strong foreword inscribed by former Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson, and an introduction designated Chapter 1, penned by the editor, former President of Nigeria, His Excellency, the Honorable Olusegun Obasanjo. Both are unified in their delineation of slavery and colonization as crimes against humanity. Patterson, for his part, characterizes the book as part of a broader African empowerment agenda and underscores the need to integrate African and Caribbean intellectual and political agendas. The second part of the framing is through its concluding remarks presented as Chapter 14. With Chapter 1, which I should say is political, personal, and philosophical, Obasanjo outlines the political impetus of the book, which ultimately is a charge to global Africa to intentionally remember the historical events of the transatlantic slave trade, European colonization of Africa, and the Americas. Obasanjo admits a personal reluctance to explore the subject, but confesses that his association with Caribbean leaders and acknowledgement of his heritage led to his acceptance of a duty. For him, unwavering recollection of the past is integral to the future of the Black International to overcome European orchestrated exploitation and underdevelopment. Lord Macaulay's striking speech on cultural and economic subjugation is cited in his rejection of colonization. He condemns revisionist histories aimed at diminishing the ignominy of slavery and suggests different means through which this act of remembrance may be undertaken, such as the establishment of exhibitions and museums across different sites of global Africa. Notably, Obasanjo's clarion call to never forget is simultaneously issued with a behest to forgive Europe's plunder of Africa, and for those in the diaspora to absolve Africa for its role in the slave trade. Obasanjo's plea for eternal remembrance of the worst crime against humanity is buttressed by the call for global Africa to adopt the 1993 Abuja reparation movement, but frames reparation as more than financial compensation. Bridget Tabot presents an ethnographic study to highlight the pre-colonial life of the Mogamo people of Cameroon who participated in the transatlantic trade in enslaved Africans. Tabot points to the fact of their lived experience that led to their participation in this activity. Among them are their political economy, migration practices, and their native system of slavery. She concludes that the Mogamo's cultural practice of slavery, their constant wars with neighboring groups, and their location along the Wari-Douala slave trade route, as well as the route that led to the slave port at Calabar, Nigeria, also precipitated their inevitable involvement in the trafficking of their enemies and their own slaves. Ultimately, Tabot's research brings to wider notoriety the lesser-known history of the Mogamo and how the European enterprise of African slavery came to distort their indigenous cultural practice of slavery and inadvertently negatively affected Mogamo society. Her findings on the Mogamo situation are a case study for the social and cultural undermining of the transatlantic trade in enslaved Africans and the necessity and importance of reparations. An interesting study of poetry is undertaken by Hakeem I. Tijani in Linkages, Slavery, Slave Trade, and Colonialism, Africans' Memories Through Poems. The poetic verses are informed by a categorically African memory reflected in their treatment of themes of African slavery and European colonialism. Tijani's estimation portrays specific experiences such as dispersal, fragmentation, the problematic negotiation of African identity in the diaspora, and the cultural recollection of African historical figures, including King Alfonso II of Congo, whose actions contradict the European historical meta-narratives of African inferiority and barbarity. Tijani, in a second chapter, presents an analytical effort that recalls Walter Rodney's seminal text, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. He critiques the codified systems and administrative policies that the European empires employed as so-called post-emancipation modernization efforts that were purported to improve Africa's ability to self-govern using a European model. He exposes how colonial administrative policies regarding land tenure, education, and economic policies were orchestrated with the express objective to exploit Africa's material resources and its human labor to achieve its underdevelopment and neocolonial dependency. This is an excellent source for debunking the myth that colonization was a civilizing mission. David Commission provides a detailed overview of the efforts made by collective organizations in Africa and the Caribbean to call Europe to account for its systematic exploitation of Africa via the transatlantic trade in enslaved Africans, colonialism and neocolonialism. Subsequent to the World Conference held in Durban, South Africa in 2001, Commission underscores how Europe's and the United States of America's overt and underhanded measures to undermine the implementation of the Durban Declaration, intended in part to address the grievances of global Africa. He highlights the establishment of CARICOM's Reparations Commission and its 10-point plan for reparatory justice in 2013, and chronicles its yearly achievements up to the present. He maintains that anti-black racism is intertwined with global politics and that movements for reparatory justice are indispensable. Olutayo Charles Adesina analyzes the pre- and post-emancipation dispensations of racial discourses and ideologies such as social Darwinism that were employed primarily by European nations to validate their exploitation of African labor and material resources. Neocolonialism, globalization, and counter-hegemony are presented as forms of imperialism that subtly affect the Neocolonialism, globalization, and counter-hegemony are presented as forms of imperialism that subtly affect the ongoing fight for human dignity in Africa and undermine the sovereignty of nations. And so he coins two phrases to use to counter those: decolonization and decoloniality, with the latter being defined as a political and intellectual movement intended to resist European and North American hegemonies. Counter-hegemony refers to the efforts against capital-driven policies that further global inequality. Globalization is presented as another medium for cultural imperialism, and African nations are challenged to reject the continued global narratives about themselves. John Bewaji propounds the necessity for global Africa to produce research and to structurally engage in cultural activities to preserve tradition, history, and broader means of self-preservation. He asserts that this is also an express form of resistance against Western cultural imperialism that has systematically appropriated the cultural knowledge of global Africa. Bewaji calls for Africa and the African diaspora to invest their efforts into making a codified practice of obtaining intellectual property rights. So nobody can steal your intellectual production, so on. The ugly, the bad, and the good of slavery and colonialism on the development of education in Africa is an intriguing title which Peter Okebokola employs as a distinctive way to address the complexities of slavery and colonialism in African education systems. Formal education, according to Okebokola, was designed to serve the colonial administration, resulting in social divisiveness and creating a privileged elite, but ironically produced good results, token benefits, from the establishment of schools, universities, and programs that aided in the modernization of Africa and created educated Africans who challenged the colonizers and undermined their positions. His essay broadens the reparations discourse with a focus on educational justice based on the funding of African institutions by former colonial powers through international scholarships, language policies, and the return of educational materials stolen during colonial times. This is a very well-researched and comprehensive study which uses Kenya, Nigeria, the Ivory Coast, and South Africa as case studies, thus broadening the regional and linguistic foci of the book. Tiffany Fawn Jones undertakes an exploration of legal precedents, historical evolutions, and the theoretical bases for reparations for chattel slavery, and forcefully emphasizes that reparation exceeds financial compensation to include moral and institutional remedies to restore justice. In Effects of Slavery and the Slave Trade on Africa's Development, Sola Akini Rinade undertakes a bold study of how 4 major slave trades in Africa, with the transatlantic being the largest, resulted in the massive depopulation of Africa, perpetuated underdevelopment and poverty, and the depletion of innovation and human capital. The transatlantic trade in enslaved Africans also contributed to warfare and inter-ethnic conflict, which led to the collapse of judicial systems. The economic effects resulted in Africa becoming a supplier of raw materials rather than a place of technological advancement. Paulette Ramsey addresses the immense contribution of African Hispanic literary and cultural production in exposing the socio-cultural issues of neglected and marginalized Afro-Hispanic communities in Central America, Latin America, the Caribbean, and Africa. She traces the African presence through chattel enslavement and the post-abolition period, when these societies, in particular Cuba and Argentina, used whitening policies to suppress African cultural expressions and promote Eurocentric identities. Ramsey traces Afro-Hispanic literature beginning with slave narratives in the early 19th century through Negrismo, Afro-Cubanismo, and later Black writing, emphasizing its humanistic and political dimensions. Ramsey expands, through Afro-realism and post-colonial theories, Ramsey analyzes the case of Mexico, Central America, the Caribbean, and Equatorial Guinea to show how literary production expresses African identity and links West Africa and the diaspora. Ramsey expands the diasporic reach of the book, which focuses mainly on Anglophone regions and dismisses literary, not the book, she dismisses literary orthodoxies to show how Black Hispanic literary and cultural production contributes to the reparative justice discourse. For his part, Michael Holding accomplishes a detailed analysis of racism as a deliberately cultivated system through religious falsehood, historical claims, working in tandem with pseudo-scientific arguments to function as a tool of destruction. He metaphorizes racism as a disease that has infected and destroyed many societies across the globe and provided the basis for chattel enslavement and several forms of exploitation. Perhaps the strength of the chapter resides in the author's survey of racism over different historical periods: the Age of Enlightenment, colonization, the persecution of Jews and Muslims to contemporary periods in the United States. The place and space of global Africa and the world underscores the reach of global Africa in the rich, multidimensional cultural practices across the African continent, in Central and Latin America, the wider Caribbean, and everywhere that an African identity is central to its worldview. This is a unique contribution by P.J. Patterson, who makes the strong case for the inclusion of blacks in societies where the diversity of Africa is highlighted through cultural identity and production. Additionally, the chapter debates other ways in which building solidarity among African nations, the Caribbean, and the wider African diaspora who need to work together for the common good in health, financial stability, educational transformation, addressing the digital divide, food security, and climate sustainability in Africa. Chapter 14, the last chapter, summarizes the major foci of the book, but also presents a powerful restatement of centuries of European exploitation that created immense psychological, cultural, economic, and physical damage to Africa and the African diaspora. Olusegun Obasanjo, Joe, unapologetically declares that reparatory justice is an imperative that is undergirded by moral, social, political, and religious rightness. The editor is bold and clear in his call for acknowledgements and formal apologies from all global former perpetrators of the crimes of slavery, the slave trade, and colonization. The African continent and the diaspora are urged to be united in holding the memory of the dehumanizing enterprise in continuous and eternal focus. Never forget. He reiterates that reparation is about justice rather than revenge. Nevertheless, advocacy for strong reparation mechanisms should include material, symbolic, and structural reforms, and not only in financial terms. The methodologies employed throughout the book reflect the different but interconnected disciplines in which writers conducted their research: philosophical, cultural, literary, historical, and theoretical, to frame the debates about chattel slavery, the trade in enslaved Africans, colonization, and reparations. All authors speak to the subject of reparative justice, even though they approach the subject from different perspectives and paradigms, and all underscore the call never to forget, but to consciously remember always. The contributions concur in their characterization of reparations as a multi-pronged system of rehabilitation rather than an exclusively economic one. If there were any limitations that I would cite, I would suggest that perhaps there is not enough engagement with the Francophone, Lusophone, or even the Hispanophone regions of the diaspora. Sometimes the length of chapters is not even, some are much longer than others and include more specific examples and data linked to strong evidence, while a few tend to be somewhat generalized. This book makes a very significant contribution to the discourse on reparative justice and underscores how Africa and the diaspora are linked through their shared memories of an ignominious period that cannot be forgotten. Graduate students in history, Africana studies, Latin American studies, and researchers and a general educated readership with an interest in global Africa will find this to be very useful. I will end with a quotation from my statesman in residence, the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson, in his foreword. And he says, "The process of collaboration, building and creating new models of sustainability and justice has started. This book points us to the increasing existential threats to the lives and livelihoods of people on both sides of the Atlantic, and the need to strengthen and deepen the social, cultural, psychological, and economic connections between Africa and diasporan peoples everywhere, lest we forget. One aim, one destiny, one love. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ramsey. The second book review, The Continental Perspective, will be delivered by a gentleman who is one of Nigeria's most respected moral voices, a Catholic cleric, scholar, and advocate for justice. Born in 1952 in the Kandua state and ordained in 1976, he has dedicated his life to bringing faith, scholarship, and civic duty. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka.
Well, I'm in the Caribbean, and Paulette ended on the note of one love, keep us together. Madam Prime Minister, President Obasanjo, let me, as we say in Nigeria, stand on existing protocols. And as you can see from where I stand, it's important that I stand on existing protocol. I like to perhaps personally admit and say publicly that I want to thank President Olusegun Obasanjo. We've become very close because even though he belongs to the Baptist Church, he insists that he has to hang around me so he can get to heaven. But since my encounter with him, my life has changed substantially, and it's because of him that I'm here. But I don't take this honor for granted. Madam Prime Minister, I have been a silent admirer of yours, and perhaps I should have come with a bill of how much I've spent on YouTube. And my friend, who is also a bishop, was quite jealous. He said, if you shake the Prime Minister, please hug her on my behalf. I am very grateful because you have indulged me. But I just want to say that, you are combative, frank, incisive, decisive, and eloquent presentation of the affairs of Africa and the developing world has set you apart. And it has made our job very easy because the precision and the conviction with which you speak about issues of justice have inspired us all. This morning I was saying to President Obasanjo, why can they not make her the next UN Secretary General? And I'm not going to tell you what he said because you know him better than myself. But Paulette has done an extremely good job, and I think when you see the text of my paper, you need to do a fact check just to convince yourself that we didn't sit down to write our reviews together. But she's made my job very easy because I can then jump from where she left off and simply continue because I've done almost basically the same thing that she had done. But being a professor, of course, she's been far more eloquent in her presentation. There is a saying that is common in Africa. It says, the most difficult person to wake from sleep is the one who is pretending to be sleeping. And today, the perpetrators of slavery and their descendants will wish that the realities and the history of slavery is either whitewashed, vanished, or dressed up and even forgotten. And you know the saying, that if you want to keep something from a black person, put it in a book. The brutalities of slavery are presented by the perpetrators as redemptive excursions into what Joseph Conrad referred to as the heart of darkness. And of course, colonial historiography insisted that they didn't come to conquer Africa, but they were on a civilizing mission. And writers like Rudyard Kipling talked about the white man's body. A lot of work has been done by African scholars through time. And this is not the place for us to debate the issues. But what is important is to insist that the issue of memory, as this book very clearly articulates, remains on the front burner. At this point, I want to really commend the organizers for this timely event and choosing, in my view, the appropriate location. Because the passion in these islands, better encapsulated by your Prime Minister, is a guarantee that this project is in very safe hands. But let me make a few personal thoughts. First, I wish to comment on the very delicate issue of memory. The late German President Richard Weizsäcker once said, "Whoever chooses to close his eyes or her eyes to the past becomes blind to the present. And whoever does not wish to remember inhumanity becomes susceptible to the dangers of a new infection." End of quote. However, our challenge is with memory: what to remember, when to remember, how to remember, and who provides the textual material for memory. Today, the resurgence of right-wing and anti-immigrant and hate groups across America and Europe shows that our common humanity is still at risk, especially given the disproportionate number of those who are caught in this web of evil. Most of them are likely to be Africans. If you listen to BBC this morning, Greece is asserting its right vigorously to ensure that those coming are simply quarantined and given no right to appeal for any attempt at settling in their countries. The Black Lives Matter movement has helped to raise public awareness of these conditions, especially in the United States of America. And I think, like Lady Macbeth said, here's the smell of the blood still. All the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten this little hand. Try as the world might, the evil of slavery cannot and will not be wished away. The best we can do for memory is to raise a banner that says, "Never again." Now, in her essay in this collection, Bridget Tebo raised a very interesting point. And her essay is on page 4. She says, and this is the trouble with memory in Africa, she says, elderly Africans don't like to remember or talk about slavery. And young Africans don't know, as most schools gloss over the subject. Page 20. In his introduction, President Obasanjo makes a very crisp remark. He says, and I quote, "The people of Africa and African descendants throughout history would have created the greatest sin." This is Obasanjo speaking as a layman, although he has a PhD in theology, but he decided that I thought it is the business of priests to decide what constitutes a sin. But anyway, President Obasanjo says they would have created the greatest sin if they ever forget or allow the rest of humanity to forget the atrocities and inhumanities of slavery and the slave tragedy, on page 7. And so the point I'm making is that it is, of course, in the interest of the oppressor that memory is wiped out. But it is in our own interest to keep this memory alive. And I think this is why this conversation is so important and so significant. I would argue that sustained memory of slavery by Africans should do at least 3 things. First, to focus on our own willingness not to become prisoners or hostages of a past that we cannot expiate or whose outcome we can shape, but with a lot of work. 2, Africans need to create a new narrative, a narrative of respect and dignity for Africans, a task that can be accomplished only by and through honest leadership. There is enough in the bank of blame to ensure that each and every one of us is in credit. We must therefore have the courage to ensure that governance raises the dignity of our people. And since Professor Paulette has spoken about the diaspora, Let me look a little bit briefly on what our obligations as Africans. Because the second leg on the issue of reparations gets quite tricky, because again, it raises more questions than answers. Who is to pay the reparations and to whom? And what form of reparations are we talking about? In addressing this issue, some of the authors made many proposals ranging from monetary compensation, scholarships, endowments, investments, debt cancellations, among many others. Tiffany von Jones, quoting Theo van Boven, speaks of alternative concepts of reparation such as compensation itself, restitution, rehabilitation, satisfaction, guarantee of non-repetition, almost akin to the priest telling the confessor, go and sin no more. To make the case of reparations for Africa, many authors refer to the compensations made out to the Holocaust victims, the Native Americans and the Japanese Americans who were interred during the Second World War. Some European leaders like the former French President François Hollande, David Cameron, and the former UK Prime Minister, UK Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister of Spain have made some moral noises, but none of them has been ready to commit themselves to call the devil by its name. On the whole, many writers agree that the issue here is not so much one of monetary benefits, but first, an admission and an apology for participating in this evil. Again, thanks to President Olusegun Obasanjo in 1999, I was appointed as a member of the equivalent of the Truth Commission. And we spent time just looking at the scope and the scale of human rights violations that had taken place in Nigeria, especially under the military. I've published an over 400-page book. The title is Witness to Justice. And actually, I don't know what happened, but I meant to bring a copy for the Prime Minister. But in my experience, one of the things that I realized from listening to people was that those victims of violence by the state, each and every time people told their stories collectively or individually, they would always say, when the chairman of the commission says, so now what do you want? Not one single person put money first. Most people said, I thank God that I lived long enough to see this day. The rest, as we say in Nigeria, we leave it to God. So often in these matters, how to address past injuries, victims often feel that acknowledging the pains by the perpetrators are often a good way to start the healing. The money is often secondary, and the dignity of an admission and an apology is far more important. And I think that this conversation needs to continue precisely because many people think that after 400 years or more, what are we still talking about? The impetus and momentum of the reparations project in the 1990s, unfortunately, which led to the setting up of the Eminent Persons Committee, seems to have lost its steam. Only President Obasanjo has remained a tireless advocate on the issues of the continent. And I tell him, and he himself knows, we don't know and we can't say why he's still alive. He was just saying to me jokingly that he met a young man and he said to him, oh, how are you? And they started talking and he said, I work with your father. The young man looks at him and said, no, it was not my father you work with, so my grandfather. So most of those that President Obasanjo started the whole debate about Pan-Africanism have gone to the other end of the world. Many within and outside Africa remain cynical about reparations because they will ask, where and who will receive these resources in a continent where illegal financial leakages are so pervasive and oiled by corruption? If the world is to take Africa seriously, there are a lot of housekeeping matters that we as Africans must undertake. And I will just list four. First, the challenge of addressing the illicit financial flows out of Africa and the mismanagement of humongous amounts of money from Africa's mineral and oil resources is unacceptable. In these areas, our leaders have not been even as sophisticated as the slave merchants of old, who knew what they wanted. Because, in my view, the African thief doesn't seem to have a model anywhere. Because even if you stole the money and you kept it in your country, I'm a theologian, but I can say that there will be mitigating circumstances. But the tragedy with Africa is that the monies are taken and sent back to Europe from where we are talking about the injustices of slavery. So unless we can square this cycle, it will be difficult for us because those we are talking to will only be laughing at us because they know far better than we ourselves know. There's a story of a Nigerian foreign minister who a new government came in. And as you know, it's not only in Nigeria. Every government that comes in, especially in Nigeria, promises to improve on the quality of leadership. And this president decided that there was going to be no more corruption in the country. So he sent his foreign minister to go around the world and tell everybody, and if possible, try and find out how to recover resources. The guy goes round and round and round and ends up in Switzerland. And he goes to a Swiss bank and he says, look, I'm the foreign minister of Nigeria. And I want to know, the president of Nigeria says, we want to know how many Nigerians have money here. I hear that the money, the accounts are all coded. And the guy looks at him and says, well, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do about it. Tell the president of Nigeria, it's not possible for us to release these accounts. And the guy says, in my suitcase, I have a gun. And if I don't get this information, I'm going to blow out your brains. And the man looks at him and says, you can blow out my brains. The next person comes here, you can blow out his brains, but you will not get this information. So the gentleman puts his suitcase on the table. He said, I just wanted to be sure. So African leaders and we Africans must take full responsibility for our inability to manage the humongous resources that God has placed at our disposal. And like Mahatma Gandhi would say, there is enough to satisfy everybody's needs in the world, but there isn't enough to satisfy everybody's greed. So Africa must find a way of developing a moral code that puts neighborliness and all the things that we cherish as Africans, together. Because unless and until we reverse this ugly trend, the perpetrators will stand on a stool of moral righteousness and continue to say to us, we can't send back this money because if we send back the money, it will be misused. President Obasanjo again is here. The huge monies that were moved out of Nigeria under General Abacha, it took his hard work and a lot of other people. But the governments that were holding these resources had the effrontery to tell Nigerians that, we really are not sure that we can return this money and it will be safe. Now, it's not the point. It's that we've created the condition. Today, I think if African leaders need to take this conversation seriously, we must find a way of reversing the ugly scars and the wounds created by the colonialists who exploited our ethnicities and religious identities and created them as fault lines. Now, today, religion, rather than providing and serving as a moral guide, in the eyes of many politicians, religion is a problem. And this is largely because religion itself and religious leaders may have gotten so consumed, with the politics of state, that the exploitation of religion has turned religion into a problem and not a solution to the moral problems of Nigeria, of Africa. The project of common citizenship is often undermined by ethnicity and religious differences. Africa, Nigeria in particular, must resolve this issue because it is these cracks that Islamic terrorists continue to exploit. And this is what creates the volatility that we have in our countries. The second point I want to make is that Africa continues to face challenges of working within an economic framework and economic models that are framed outside their loop of power. They are not at the table. And as they say, if you are not at the table, then you are the menu. So Africa is operating within colonial matrices that created the colonial states. And they are acting as proxies within the orbit of larger Western interests. There is another need for concrete steps towards the strengthening of economic relations among our people in the areas of aviation, trade, tourism, art, music, culture, education, scientific exchanges, among many others. There is a video which I can't play for you because it is a video of President Obasanjo and I dancing outside the hotel because he had the sound of a calypso music, and he reminded me. Of course, I dance better than him, but I have the video on my phone. I wouldn't embarrass him by making it public. But the president said, look, I brought these people to Nigeria because we really like calypso music, and then suddenly it's no longer there. So I'm just making the point that one way of consolidating our relationship will be among those areas. The third point I want to make is that despite the historic impact of religions that the religions have made, I find it very strange that this collection doesn't pay attention to the reality of religion, whether as perpetrator, because in many respects, the conversation about colonialism has said almost very little to the role of slavery in the Arab world. And if it's anything to say, up till today, in countries like Morocco, black people, slave descendants have not been able to find a seat at the table. But I think that it is important that a conversation of this nature embarks on a much more critical examination about the role of religion. Again, I find that the role of women is missing in the conversation, as well as the role of young people, whether within or during slavery, because as in a time of war, very often women are the wives, they're also the husbands, they're also the mothers. It is their sons and daughters that go to war. It is their husbands that go to war. But very often, when we're discussing crisis and conflict largely in Africa, the incredible resilience and capacity of women to manage and meet, identities is often never at the table when we are having these conversations. Now, the tendency to, in a wholesale manner, conflate missionary work with colonialism doesn't do justice to religion. Africans need to hasten to use democracy to reduce the corrosive impact of religion in our countries. Violent, unadulterated Islamism today poses one of the greatest existential threats for many states in Africa. It remains a serious threat both to Muslims and non-Muslims. The fourth point I want to make is to admit that the mark of Cain is still upon us. Slavery within and between African communities prepared the ground for Western commercial slavery, and a lot of the authors made that point. Because people often ask, what moral right do you have? After all, there is a saying in my language that if you don't have a crack in your wall, a lizard will not enter your house. So there is the argument to be made that actually local existing African slavery was largely just exploited and turned into and weaponized into a commercial project. So the point to make is that even though slavery is not going on a commercial basis, but when we unpack the issues around human trafficking, when we look at the issues of the caste system that still exists in many African countries, when we look at the role of women and the place of women in a highly patriarchal environment such as we have in Africa, there are forms of slavery, just a question of name. So I make the point that these are issues that Africa needs to take very seriously and to deal with. Now, I want to end by making the point. There is now more than one elephant in the room. With China's emergence as a superpower, Africa faces loyalties which are both bifurcated and triangulated, and an uncertain future in managing relationships between the traditional superpowers of the United States and Europe that believed that we were literally their birthright, and they were their slaves. We were their slaves, so to say. So for them, the incursion of China and Russia, and the return of Russia, so to say, poses great problems. And I say to some of our people in Nigeria, I say, you'd better not start a war anywhere, no matter how frustrated we may be. Because every little war that starts now in Africa, you're no longer just dealing with the issue of, bipolar politics. The Russians are interested, the Chinese are interested, the Americans are interested, and today we don't need to look any further. The situation in the two Sudans, the situation in Rwanda and Congo, Trump, in his desperation for a Nobel Prize, is compelling everybody to sign a peace agreement. How long these are going to last for, we don't know. But it also means that if African statesmen and women do not step up their game and take full control of the ability to resolve some of the conflicts within Africa, we will only be delaying our bad days. Finally, to you, my brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, I'm sure you know that you are part of us. This is the birthright of your ancestry, and it is irreducible and undeniable. An effort such as writing this book or holding this event honor these bonds between us, which are inviolable and indivisible. The spirit of fortitude, resiliency, which informs the forms of our music, whether it is the blues or whether it is reggae, or whether it is the spirituals, whether it's calypso, are all spiritual manifestation of the timeless bond among us. Yes, we have found each other now, and I hope that we'll hold hands across and remain relentless in building, in consolidating this relationship. The ocean represents a cemetery for so many of our people, whether in the middle passage of their transatlantic slave trade or in the dangerous migrant crossings today. This ocean that once marked our division and now should now restore our connection. We have found each other, and in finding each other, let us hold hands together. And since Professor Paulette ended with one love, my mind goes back to a record that I used to like in those days by the OJs. It says, now that we found love, what are we gonna do? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bishop Kuka. Again, thank you, Professor Ramses Well, for your insightful and thought-provoking reviews. Your perspectives from the diaspora and the continent have truly enriched our understanding of the themes and significance of this important work. We appreciate the depth of scholarship and the heartfelt reflections you have shared, reminding us all of the enduring impact of history on our present and our future. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, though we had 2 great book reviews, the book is still on sale. I'll give you some more details a bit later, okay? And it is now my pleasure to welcome one of Barbados's outstanding female artists, Betty B, for the first of this evening's cultural presentations. She will be performing a solo entitled My Ancestors. Betty B.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I heard the wails of the ancestors crossing the Atlantic Sea. I see the sails of the slave ships there, bearing me to captivity. My eyes fill up with tears are crying, draped in chains from head to toe. Right next to me, somebody dying. I didn't know if it was me who'd be next to go. Oh, I didn't know if it was me who'd be next to go. I didn't know if it was me who'd be next to go. La, da, 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 da. Hear them cry. I see the hands of the oppressors branding hate on black bodies. I feel the whip of the slave masters raining pain all over me. Yes, I can hear the children crying, see the bosom that endlessly on display. Them Europeans were so frightening, but I longing to see a better day. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I longing to see a better day. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I longing to see a better day. Can you hear them crying? Oh, hear the children crying. Generation after generation, we slaved on the plantations. We toppled free here in this island with no kind of compensation. If you could only see the picture that I paint so vividly, then you would have no hesitation to agree they owe reparations to we. You must agree, you must agree. Europeans owe reparations to we. You must agree, you must agree. Them people owe reparations to we. Don't dismiss or forget my ancestors. This country was built on their blood, sweat, and tears. It's time for our children to prosper. Let's rebuild our empire, a legacy to last through the years. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Let's rebuild a legacy to last through the years. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Let's rebuild a legacy to last through the years. Da 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 da. Oh, let's come together. Let's rebuild this nation, this land. Them people owe reparations to we. Them people owe reparations to we. Them people owe reparations to we. Yes, them people owe reparations to we. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty B. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's roundtable discussion and book launch is made possible by the Office of the Prime Minister in collaboration with the P.J. Patterson Institute for Africa Caribbean Advocacy, the University of the West Indies Mona Campus, and the Olusegun Obasanjo Presidential Library. Program continues by introducing this evening's moderator, His Excellency David Comishong, Ambassador to CARICOM. Ambassador Comishong is a Barbadian attorney, activist, and diplomat. A graduate of Harrison College, UWI Cave-Hill, and Hugh Wooden Law School, he has practiced law since 1984. He founded the Clement Payne movement in 1988, championing progressive change in Bridgetown's inner city communities. A former senator, he now serves as Barbados' ambassador to CARICOM and the ACS. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ambassador Comishong. Ambassador Comishong will be joined by our distinguished panelists from Jamaica and Nigeria. To begin, it is my honor to introduce the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson, former Prime Minister of Jamaica. He's a distinguished Jamaican and Caribbean statesman who has dedicated over 6 decades to advancing social and economic progress in Jamaica, the wider Caribbean, and the African diaspora. A lawyer by training, he studied at the University College of the West Indies and the London School of Economics and was called to the bar at Middle Temple in 1963. Entered politics in the late 1950s and became Jamaica's 6th longest-serving prime minister. His tenure saw major infrastructural development, telecom liberalization, tourism expansion, and transformative education and social reforms. He is a father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson. Our next panelist, His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, is one of Africa's most influential statesmen, whose life of service has shaped Nigeria and the continent. Born into a humble farming family, he rose through determination and joined the Nigerian Army in 1958, playing a pivotal role in ending the Nigerian Civil War in 1970. In 1976, he became head of state and in a historic move handed over power to a civilian government in 1979, Nigeria's first peaceful military to civilian transition. Imprisoned in 1995 for opposing military tyranny, Obasanjo emerged a born-again Christian and moral leader. He was elected president in 1999, re-elected in 2003, and led economic reforms, anti-corruption efforts, and democratic consolidation. Widely respected as a unifier, peacemaker, and advocate for African dignity, he is often called the Baba of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo. Our next panelist, Professor Peter Akinsola Oke-Bukola, is a leading African scholar in science, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and education. A tenured professor, a first emeritus professor of Lagos State University, he also served as the executive secretary of Nigeria's National Universities Commission, driving major reforms in higher education. Beyond science, he is a strong voice against slavery, colonialism, and cultural domination, advocating for restored African agency and decolonized education. His culture techno-contextual approach promotes Afrocentric, relevant learning. Professor Oke-Bukola continues to champion intellectual freedom, human dignity, and scientific advancement across Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's welcome Professor Peter Akinsola Oke-Bukola. Our final panelist was born on February 16, 1954, in halfway Tree, Kingston, Jamaica. Michael Holden is widely regarded as one of the greatest fast bowlers in the history of cricket. Nicknamed Whispering Death for his silent and graceful run-up, Mr. Holden was a key figure in the dominant West Indies team of the 1970s and 1980s. He made his Test debut in 1975 and went on to play 60 Test matches and 102 one-day internationals, taking 249 and 142 wickets respectively. His most memorable performance came in 1976 at the Oval, where he took 14 wickets for 149 runs. Holden has been awarded 4 honorary degrees, 1 of the University of the West Indies and 3 from institutions in the United Kingdom. His legacy spans far beyond cricket as he continues to inspire through his unwavering commitment to truth, education, and human dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Michael Holden.
Okay.
And he, of course, will be joining us virtually. At this time, I now invite His Excellency David Commercial to take the lead as moderator for this evening's discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Master of Ceremonies. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters all, Madam Prime Minister. It is my pleasure to moderate this conversation with these heavy rollers. We are going to be speaking about the book, not everything about the book, but we want to zero in on perhaps the central theme of the book. And if I were to express that, I would say, lest we forget, the memorialization and study of historical African enslavement is a light and guide to the present and future of global Africa. And I would like to begin by quoting a passage from President Obasanjo's introductory chapter that I think summarizes this theme perfectly. And I quote from sections between pages 2 and 4 of the book. And I'm quoting President Obasanjo. I also believe that the facts and truth of slavery and slave trade are so clearly and historically basic, apparent, and with their consequences so glaringly shattering and sobering that humanity as a whole, but the black race in particular, should be permanently conscious of it. We must also remember, too, that slavery led to slave trade, took colonization along with it and underdevelopment, as well as neo-colonialism that followed in the wake. With formal end of slave trade, colonialism reared its ugly head on the same basis of economic suppression, subjugation, exploitation, and outright stealing. The advocacy of never forgetting the great inhumanity of slavery and slave trade is to underpin a world of global peace, common security, universal stability, inclusivity, and shared prosperity without hegemonic propensity. To achieve this desirable world order, the past must not be forgotten or be swept under the carpet. Rather, the past in all its entirety must be consciously remembered, not to be the enemy of the present or the future, but to be the light and a guide to the present and the future. To forget the past or consign it to oblivion is to lose the guide and the light for now and the future. End of quote. I think that passage sums up the central theme of this book. And after reading the essays of President Obasanjo, Prime Minister P.J. Patterson, Michael Holding, and Professor Peter Okebukola, I think all of them subscribe to that point of view. So my opening question for all four panelists is, gentlemen, what personal experiences and insights brought each of you to this profoundly stark and urgent realization? I want a personal answer. What brought you to having that stark recognition? And President Obasanjo, maybe we can start with you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
I went to school when Nigeria was still a colonial, a colony of the British. And what we were taught in school, particularly about history, was different from what I came to understand later in life. We were taught that Mango Park discovered River Niger. And if we had written anything different in history when I was in secondary school, I would have been a failure. But I came to realize later in life that River Niger was there. People were living. They were using River Niger. River Niger was not a new discovery for those who have lived for centuries and have benefited from River Niger. So why have I been taught to make River Niger a new discovery? Mango Park was the first white man, European, to discover River Niger. But River Niger had not been a new discovery for those whose life depended for many centuries on River Niger. So, for me, that was something. And then I came, as time went on, to realize how much damage was done by slave trade to Africa and Africa in diaspora. And that, for me, was a painful knowledge. But then I started going around Africa. I went to Eminal Castle in Ghana, where I had part of my military training. I saw what really happened in the castle, the jail. I went to the Goria land in Senegal. I saw what happened. I went to Calabar. I saw what happened. I went to Badagry. I saw what happened. And what could we do? History, of course, is normally a guide to the present and to the future. That is when history is used as it should be used, as a memory. And we should never lose that lesson that history should teach us. Because if history is not used as a memory, of what use is it? A memory, when you have your memory, you remember the things of the past, and they help you with the present. But if you lose your memory, you won't even remember what you ate last night. And that will be a disaster for you and for everything else you try to do. And it has started to happen. Slave trade is the greatest, as you have quoted, the greatest inhumanity to human that has happened to a particular race in history. And for us not to keep that in our memory will be a disaster. It will mean that we will give room for us to be enslaved in another way. And as Bishop Cooker was trying to say, slavery has not ended. And human character is to exploit.
Okay,
Human instinct.
We're gonna come to some discussion about the continuation of slavery in other forms, even up to today.
Yes.
But I just wanted to get from each of the panelists.
So what then got me into this is what I know of history, but now even our own people are forgetting. They are sweeping under the carpet. And in some schools here in the world today, particularly in the US, they are teaching that there's nothing like slavery, or there's nothing like slave trade. Everybody came from Africa or from Europe to the new world to look for the green pasture. If we allow that to happen, we are dead.
Prime Minister, 90 years old, you are still on the battlefield. What it is, what made you have that urgent and piercing conviction that this is important, this memorialization and study of that history of slavery as a light and guide to the present and future?
Since I regard myself as being on home soil in Barbados, I must crave leave to make a few comments before answering your question, since the P.J. Patterson Institute is a sponsor with the Ministry of Culture for this event. When the book was conceived, we agreed that there would be a launch in Nigeria and a launch on the Caribbean side. There was an expectation that it would have taken place in Jamaica. I decided, and after consultation with the Prime Minister, got her consent for the Caribbean launch to be staged here in Barbados. And there were several reasons which influenced that decision. The world is entitled to know that the concept of the book arose from a conversation held in Barbados in 2023, in which I participated but was not physically present, between President Obasanjo, Prime Minister Gonzalez, and of course, Prime Minister Motley. President Obasanjo said one would be on the Nigerian side, as I said. I thought the one should be in Barbados, not only because that is where the whole idea began, but I think that the responsibility of Prime Minister Motley for dealing with the reparations issue on behalf of the Caribbean made Barbados an obvious and justified choice. But secondly, the institute which I presently head is an institute for Caribbean African advocacy, not Jamaica African advocacy. I am no longer the Prime Minister of Jamaica, and I must correct the MC who said I was the 6th longest Prime Minister of Jamaica.
The 6th and the longest.
I am the 6th, and so far, the longest. But records are made to be broken. In response to your question, most of my generation were brought up in traditional grammar schools, and many of us, including the person after whom this center is named, Lloyd Sandiford, went into that institution at Mona when it was the only university campus. As Barbadians, as Jamaicans, as Belizeans, we all left, no longer confined to our hitherto insular exposure and connections, but as people who recognized and accepted that we belong to a single Caribbean space as regionalists, because we were all subject to the same experience. And we soon realized that that experience started with our separation from the home of our ancestors, Africa. My first visit to the continent was as a student at UCWI and as chair of the External Affairs Commission. I still remember the excitement caused on the campus when the Union Jack went down in Ghana and Nkrumah raised the first flag of independence for Ghana. Anybody who visited the continent would see people looking exactly like ourselves. In fact, we used to run joke at each other's expenses by pointing out to somebody and saying, but we didn't know so-and-so had come from the Caribbean to meet us. I once had to say to a friend late who was more advanced than me in age, please don't go home and tell your wife that you saw somebody who you thought was her and made a mistake. I mentioned the grammar school, and I've mentioned those of us who studied at UCWI, because we were deliberately taught in a certain way. And I would like, if I may, to quote something from this book, which I think most of us knew all along. Ian Archer, who was at UCWI with me, I'm sure will share that view. But I never knew that somebody had the effrontery, the gall, the brazenness, the temerity, or the folly to have put it in writing, and what is more, to have uttered it in the British Parliament in 1834, just at the same time they were abolishing slavery, according to them, because they were abandoning their evil ways. On the 2nd of February, 1835, Lord Macaulay addressed the British Parliament as follows: I have traveled across the length and breadth of Africa, and I have not seen one person who is a beggar, who is a thief. Such wealth I have never seen in this country, such high moral values, people of such caliber, that I did not think that we could ever conquer the country unless we break the very backbone of this nation, which is her spiritual and cultural heritage. And therefore, I propose that we replace her old and ancient education system, her culture. For if the Africans think that all that is foreign and English is good and greater than their own, they will lose their self-esteem, their native culture, and they will become what we want them to be, a truly dominated nation. That says it all. The time has come when we must repeat the superiority we once had in human civilization, when we must introduce an education system throughout Africa and the Caribbean that reminds all our people we're not going to make ourselves great again. We are going to make ourselves the greatest that human civilization has ever witnessed.
Okay, I want to bring in the fast bowler. Peter, if you can come to, I don't want the fast bowler to think that he's out there in somewhere in cyberspace and we have forgotten him. So I want to, Michael Holding. Mikey, are you there? We have lost Michael.
Yes, he's here now.
Ah, he's here. He's
back.
Yes. Yes, and forgive me for calling you Mikey, but you know, you are, as I once said to Right Excellent Errol Barrow and Branford Tate and some of the big political heavy hitters when they were planning a political meeting, and I was to be the chairperson, and I discovered they had left out West Hall. And I said to them, but you know, you can't leave out West Hall. The rest of you are only politicians. He's a folk hero, you know, so we know you as a folk hero, Michael Holding. Mikey, you wrote an essay entitled "The Roots of Racism and Abomination of Slavery." And not only that, but you have also in recent times done a book on this topic. So what personal experiences and insights brought you to this profoundly stark and urgent realization that this thing is important, this remembrance of slavery and its use as a light and guide to the present and future is urgent and important? Share that with us, please.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I must say, first of all, thank you very much for all who were behind the scenes organizing this forum and for inviting me to be on the panel. I feel quite intimidated with the gentleman that you have sitting to your left, but at the same time, I'll try and hold my own, you know, if even the fourth bowler in this four-prong attack. I came across racism and intimidatory tactics by people from the very beginning when I started playing for the West Indies on my first tour of 1975-76, when people were trying to make me feel, because I had a bit of melanin in my skin, that I was inferior to those that didn't have as much as I had. But to be honest, I brushed it aside. I kept on saying to myself, I can't be bothered with these people. They have problems that I don't have. So, you know, let them stay with their problems. And I just kept on living my life. You know, I coasted along. And as I wrote in my book that you just mentioned, Mr. Ambassador, I was lazy, I was selfish, because I kept on saying to myself, at the end of whichever tour I am on, I'm going back home. I won't be coming across these people. I won't be bothered with what they think or whatever they have to say. What brought home things to me personally, I remember that moment, and I will remember it until I die. It was on a tour of South Africa. After apartheid ended, of course. I was down there working on television, and my boss at Supersport, Alvin Naika, invited me to go to a friend of his home. We were in Bloemfontein, and we were having dinner, eating, having a few drinks, and just generally chatting. And the subject of Robert Mugabe came up. And I made a disparaging remark about the gentleman because, going to school and growing up in Jamaica, traveling around wherever I went, I never heard too many positives about Robert Mugabe and a lot of negatives about him and land reform or land capture, as some people call it, in Zimbabwe. And when I make the disparaging remark, the host came over to me a bit later on, not immediately, came over to me a bit later on and said, Mikey, we're having a good time here tonight. I don't want to get involved in an argument or in a conversation on what you just said about Mugabe, but I'm asking you to do me a favor. And I said, yeah, sure, what's that? He said, when you get home tonight, you have a chance, Google Lancaster House Agreement. That's all I have to say to you. Just Google Lancaster House Agreement and have a read of that document and have a read of everything that took place in Lancaster House when Mugabe went there and a lot of other African leaders negotiating their independence. I did, and what I learned totally changed my mind about Robert Mugabe. Not that I'm trying to say that Robert Mugabe walked around with a halo over his head, but I then understood a lot more about him and what he did and why he did what he did. When I read the Lancaster House Agreement and some other subsequent articles about that topic and the independence 1980 and all that, I then sat down and I said to myself, if they were hiding this, what else have they been hiding? And I use the term they openly, meaning those who taught us. What else have they been hiding? And from that day, from that night, I decided I needed to read a lot more, to learn a lot more. Because as I said, everyone, Mr. Ambassador, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. President, Professor, everyone listening to us here, I was coasting through life. I was not someone that kept on thinking about racism and about the slave trade. And, Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards was a man that was a lot more in the forefront when those thoughts and those thinkings were being portrayed. I was just there coasting along. But that night changed me totally. And I am so happy that I got the opportunity to go to work in South Africa, to learn these things, to talk to people of Dutch ancestry in South Africa, English ancestry, native black Africans in South Africa. And I learned so much, and that set me on the path that I am on now. That night opened my eyes when I went back and read about the Lancaster House Agreement. And I beg everyone who do not know the details of the Lancaster House Agreement, which I won't go into here, obviously, to go and read that agreement. That meeting took place in London from September 79 through to December, to see how long that meeting took place for the African countries who are seeking their independence. But please, go and read that document. That is what turned me around.
Thank you, Mikey. And of course, you and your all-conquering West Indies team were the preeminent symbol for many of us of black achievement, and some would even say black power. Professor Peter Okebukola, your essay in the book was titled, Lest We Forget: The Ugly, the Bad, and the inverted commas good of slavery and colonialism on the development of education in Africa. So I want to put the same question to you, Professor. What is it, what personal experiences or insights brought you to the recognition that this is something central and critical for us as African people?
Thank you, moderator. Is it okay to object to you having me with an 88-year-old Baba of Africa, a 90-plus former prime minister, and me little one here? But I take the joy that the Prime Minister of Barbados is here, and she's hosting us so well.
All we are doing is suggesting you a very respected elder, sir.
That is it. And there's a saying in my place that when a young person, when you move with elders, you are also going to grow to be an elder. I'll give you 3 very quick impulses that had triggered my participation in this book and the experiences which I've heard. 1998, there was a World Conference on Higher Education attended by presidents, heads of state and government, ministers of education or higher education. I was the Rapporteur General. It was a UNESCO conference in Paris. I was the Rapporteur General for that conference, and a minister walked up to me, minister from one of the European countries, and he said, "Hey, Mr. Rapporteur General, Peter, you're from Africa?" I said, "Yes, of course." "Do you have sages, S-A-G-E-S, wise people in Africa?" And I said, "Yes, of course." He said, "He doesn't believe. I should name some." I named Obasanjo, Nyerere, Nkrumah, and all of that. He said, "But why is it that African scholars will never mention these sages that we have? All they keep saying is, hey, according to Woodrow Wilson, according to Barack Obama, according to this, according to that." I felt unhappy, but happily, a few years after, 24 years ago, His Excellency President Obasanjo appointed me to head all the universities in Nigeria as the Executive Secretary of the National Universities Commission. So I took that as a charge to see how I can, borrow from Bishop, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. I like the fourth one here, emancipation. So we can't sit here, be talking slavery and all of that is bad, is bad, is bad. How are we able to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery? So I took the opportunity over the 5-year period that I was Executive Secretary to go to universities, meetings with Senate, and I told them, nobody is saying you shouldn't cite others. But don't let it be said that wisdom belongs there, not to us. And I charged everybody, academic people, the students. The students are even very fond of doing that, according to Wilbur Smith, according to all of that, thinking that when you cite them, it elevates your intelligence. So that is one. The other is that when I was doing my graduate studies, we were, in quotes now, forced to adopt Western models in, if you want to tackle a problem in education, if you are looking for a methodology, you have to use a methodology from outside of Africa. And I said, oh my goodness, what? When you publish an article and you don't use those models, be sure that those articles will hardly find placement in the outlets. So we started by looking at how we can develop indigenous models that are culturally sensitive and contextually relevant. So I got a group of researchers together all over Africa, and we developed the cultural techno-contextual approach. If you Google, you find me leading that team, and it's moving on very well. The last one is that when our scholars are citing others that had gone through that path before, the part of their research, they will cite non-African, no problem with that, and leaving Africans that have done tremendous amount of work out of their reference list. So I then thought to myself, why is that? Even within a department, a program where the professors are doing some line of research that is groundbreaking, They prefer to cite those out there. By 2002, I got into the orbit of rankers of universities, those who rank universities. And what did I find? You're talking about, Ambassador, you're talking about what has motivated me. So one of these, which is, in my view, one of the most pressing, is that I found being on the board of most, if not all, of all the top ranking organizations in the world, that Africans, you get to see Harvard, MIT, Oxford, coming up on the league table all the time. Reason is very simple. It is about citation. It's about research that you do. And what do you find? What do you find? What do you find? Forever and a day, but we are reversing it in Nigeria, is that, A, you have an article that you have written, you're a great scholar from Jamaica, from Barbados, and if you do not cite those that are doing good amount of work in Jamaica, in Barbados, in Nigeria, and citing them, you are elevating their ranking. So in the center, we have a World Bank Center, an African Center of Excellence. So we're talking about emancipation, so we've established a rule, which is that if you write an article or you are submitting your project report or thesis to me or to any of the supervisors, if we do not have, wait for it, if we do not have at least 70% of citations from African scholars, we throw that into a dustbin. That is the rule that we're operating now. So when I got a call about several months ago from President Obasanjo, my Baba of Africa, about 3 a.m., and he said, Peter, where are you? Oh, Baba, I'm in Lagos. What are you doing now? I'm doing what I should be doing. I'm sleeping. So you shouldn't be sleeping at this time. I said, Baba, I can't sleep. So he said, look, he has a project, a book, that is writing, editing, that P.J. Patterson is doing the foreword for, and he just wants me to contribute a chapter, that's the one you're referring to, and get a few others, to contribute to it. So I said, oh, this is my chance for us to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. I wanted us to open up with some personal experiences so that we can feel the persons we are engaging in this conversation with. So, I said the central theme of the book was the memorialization and study of historical African enslavement as a light and guide to the present and future of global Africa. I didn't say Africa, the African continent. I didn't say the Caribbean community. This concept of global Africa. So I think we need to focus a bit on that idea, global Africa. And I would like to pose this to Prime Minister Patterson first of all. How do you, and I'm going to come to President Obasanjo as well. I think the two of you need to answer this. How do you conceive of global Africa? What exactly do we mean from a demographic, geographical, cultural, sociological, political, organizational point of view when we say global Africa? Prime Minister?
First of all, we include all people born, living, resident on the continent itself. And it expands to what Africa itself has defined as the 6th region of Africa, and that is the area covering the Caribbean, and the diaspora. We in the Caribbean forget from time to time that included in that are all the people of Haiti. And too often do we forget what Haiti did to break itself from slavery and to contribute to the liberation of most of South America when they equipped Simon Bolivar, who would be part of that liberation process. We also forget that the largest number of black people living in any one country outside of Africa are not those in North America. They are significant. They live in Brazil. So we definitely include the people of Brazil as being part of global Africa. In the book, as Professor Ramsey said, there's a whole section designated to the Hispanics who are of African origin. They are facing some of the same problems in some of these countries that we have been facing in the Caribbean. Recently at the Patterson Institute, we have to be dealing with persons from Costa Rica, Nicaragua, they are in Colombia, they are in Venezuela, to a small extent comparatively. They are in the Dominican Republic. So we say that all people who are Africans and people are of African descent are part of global Africa wherever they reside. And I think the concept and the urgency of dealing with global Africa has become more evident from the Durban conference, with which you were very actively identified and conscious of the difficulties faced there and the need for togetherness. So we think it is very important to have a consolidation of those of us who belong to global Africa, either as independent countries or as countries with large and significant indigenous persons born of African descent. In the past, there has been some separation, but we believe that by pooling our collective skills and talents and acting on our common ancestry, we can be a force for good, even in those countries where we do not necessarily constitute a numerical majority. And we believe that those of us who also are sovereign countries have a duty and a responsibility to speak on the issues that are the legacy of slavery and colonialism, including lack of access to land, inadequate shelter, prevailing levels of poverty, in some cases, low standards of education, poor health conditions, and now, of course, with the advent of global warming and with migratory trends, we believe that global Africa must come together and act in a united way. And here I would make the observation that although in previous times we have seen the benefit when we act together, either in the fight for the liberation of Southern Africa or when we were negotiating the Lome Convention with the EU, we have stark evidence of the value of our African connection, none more so than in COVID-19, when we were denied vaccines by those countries that had produced enough for their people 3 times over, and we could get none. And it is only when the Caribbean, led by some far-sighted leaders, made contacts with Africa that we were able to get Afrexim Bank to insist that some of the quotas that were intended for Africa could be used to make available the first supply of vaccines to the Caribbean, which required Afrexim Bank to give a guarantee for the availability of that, and enabled us to get the first flow of vaccines for COVID-19. I would say without hesitation that the entry of Afrexim Bank has begun to make a reality of the solidarity, of the unity of global Africa more meaningful than ever before. And I was pleased when Jamaica became the 13th member of Afrexim Bank, and I am very pleased to hear that the new government of Trinidad and Tobago has indicated its preparedness to sign, so that the entire CARICOM region will now be able to participate meaningfully with what Afreximbank has to offer in terms of economic and social development to the entire region.
I want to quickly turn the question over to the statesman of continental Africa, President Obasanjo. This concept of global Africa, do you see in terms of principles of identity and principles of solidarity that there's a core there that constitutes us, this entity that can go forward as one?
I will just go back to 1977. We had something in Nigeria we called African Black Arts Festival.
African
and Black Arts Festival.
Oh, okay, yes.
FESTAC, call it FESTAC.
Yes, FESTAC, 1977.
1977. And we had from the Caribbean, the steel band and calypso and all that. And people from Papua New Guinea came. Papua New Guinea. They regarded themselves as black and African. And people from Australia came. They regarded themselves as African. And of course, I was military head of state. I received all of them. So I will say global Africa would be 3 groups of people, or if you like 4. Of course, those in Africa, those who are diaspora, old diasporians, if you like, new diasporians, and those who regard themselves as black and Africa, anywhere in the world. And you cannot say they are not. I couldn't say that the people from Papua New Guinea are not when they came. So that would be the 4. If you see yourself as an African, either by whatever it is, and then we will accept you as part of global Africa. In my family, I learned a lesson when I was growing up. A lady came to the head of her family in the village, and the lady looked at one of the, he came to report one of the young men from our family in the village. The lady was about 5 months pregnant, and he said to the head of the family, well, if this young man, who is the father of the baby in my womb, and they called the young man, and the young man said, yes, well, I met her only once. And then the head of the family said, what did you say? He said, I met her only once. He said, you have confessed. Please, when the baby is born, bring it to us. It's our baby. So any group or people who claim to belong to Africa, bring them to us. They belong to us. We will accept them.
Mikey, I want to come to you, Mikey, because I suspect that in your role as a West Indian cricketer, you know, playing the game, taking that, being part of that West Indies team in in England and in other parts of the world, South Africa, your sense of this concept of a global Africa, where your sense of people wanting to identify with something bigger than themselves, something that unites us as a black people. What has been your experience of, because if we are saying that we are going to go forward as global Africa, then that concept of global Africa has to be something with solidity, has to have meaning and content. What is your experience from the perspective of a black international West Indian cricketer?
Thanks for that, Mr. Ambassador. When I was playing, I came across that quite a lot, touring different parts of the world. And I have said that to so many people about West Indies and West Indies cricket, that you have islands in my time who never produced a test cricketer for the West Indies. But once the West Indies were playing, they referred to themselves as we and us, because it brought us all together, whether you produce a test cricketer or not from your particular island. We wanted to, as you say, to identify with greatness, with success going forward. I think when you think now about a global Africa, that is what we have now got to try and convince everyone about. That it is about identifying with something successful and something that they would want to be a part of. I go back to what Professor Peter mentioned earlier on about emancipating yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Marcus Garvey said it, Bob Marley sang it. That is where we have to start. We have to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. We have got to recognize that we as people of color, black people, are great, and we don't have to look up to anyone outside of our world to say, that is great, that, we aren't there yet. What we have to remember is that Morocco, not long ago, 1987, tried to join the European Union. Why? Because they figured they did not want to be a part of Africa. Africa wasn't good enough for them. I would hope that since 1987, when they were refused by Europe, that they have now thought differently and are now willing to say they are part of global Africa, although they are part of North Africa. Why they want to join European Union, I think we know. But that is the battle that we have got to fight. We have got to get people to emancipate themselves. We have got to educate our people. There are too many people who look at others who have lighter skin, less melanin in their skin, and think automatically that they are better than them. It happened to me as a young man growing up because I was uneducated in those fields. I remember as a young teenager going to New York, walking with a friend of the family, downtown Manhattan, and seeing a white man in the gutter. And if that age I had false teeth, they would have fallen out of my mouth. I was aghast. I could not imagine seeing a white person being poor. And the lady dragged my hand when she recognized that I was just standing there staring and said to me, "You don't believe white people can be poor as well?" I never knew that as a teenager. It is about growth. It is about education. And that is what we need to do. Earlier on, mention was made of what we teach in our schools. What we taught in the schools when I was growing up was nothing about black excellence, nothing about what black people had ever done that was great. So much that has been hidden. Who knows anything about Onesimus, the man from Libya, the slave from Libya, Northern Africa, who introduced inoculations to the Western world in Boston when smallpox was tearing the place apart? Who knows about Garrett Morgan, the man who invented the three-way traffic light? There are so many things. Who knows about Lewis Howard Latimer, who invented the carbon filament that makes light shine? Everyone says, oh, Edison invented the light bulb. Without that carbon filament, the light bulb never worked. But all these things are hidden. And that is why people like us believe that we are not as great as the people in Europe and the white people who taught us, because we were not taught to believe in ourselves. And until we can teach ourselves, until we can change the curriculum in our schools, as Professor Peter said, if you're writing a piece now and you don't have 70% of input from African scholars, we ain't looking at it. We have got to teach that in our schools. We must look at ourselves. We must write about ourselves. We must look at ourselves and teach the truth about ourselves. Take all the hidden facts about all the great things that we have done and shed light on them so that our people can see that we have been great. We have done great things. It is ridiculous. I know it as a fact that kids today born black, and because they are born black, they believe that they are inferior because of all the brainwashing that has taken place over centuries. We have got to get rid of that brainwashing. We have got to teach our people that we are great people. We have done great things and we will continue to do great things. We don't have to look to Europe for greatness. We have done it. Shed light on it so that our youngsters can learn.
Thank you for those very strong sentiments, words. And gentlemen, when we look at the title of this book, lest we forget, slavery, slave trade, colonization, emancipation, and reparation. And we need to focus a little bit on that concept of reparations now, because we are saying we have examined the history of enslavement and what was done to us as Africa, our civilization. We recognize that we are a collective, we are a global collective, we are global Africa, and we can consolidate that in a positive way through giving our people the right education, the right self-concept, positive self-concept as a people, a global people. But then that leads now to reparations. And I would like, beginning with Peter, I would like us to have a reflection on, in light of all that we have discussed, thus far, what is your conception of reparations, and how should we set about to achieve reparations? And I would like us to build this, the answer to this question collectively. And perhaps we could start with Peter. Your concept of reparations.
Thank you, moderator. There is somebody in this room. If he picks up his phone, there are 54, 55 African countries. If he picks up his phone and he calls any head of state or government in Africa, they will keep running. If he calls former heads of state or president of any African country, will keep running. In fact, many of the leaders in Africa, if they're having some challenge with their spouse, they will call him, come and help me solve this challenge. That person is Baba of Africa, is sitting on my right, President Olusegun Obasanjo. And he has said it in his opening remarks, and our bishop had mentioned it extensively, also the first book review, reparation. Yes, many people think that reparation is, oh, yes, you have you've taken us to slavery, it costs X amount of dollars, so pay up. What is being said is that it is beyond the pecuniary, the financial reparation. There are several, it's multidimensional. And the bishop mentioned that, okay, fine, reparation. So if it's money, you bring the money. And like the expression we have in Nigeria, you bring back the loot, and they will be loot. So you end up, the whole thing is, as I said, is multidimensional, and the framework, has already been set by the Baba of Africa. I prefaced my intervention now by saying that I queue behind whatever Baba of Africa says about reparation. He has said it in the concluding part of this book and elsewhere. Baba, I want to dodge this one to say it's you that, from the African lens, African perspective, what you say is law for me.
President Obasanjo, it seems as you are the final authority on this.
I don't want people to have misconception about this reparation. Because when it was first brought up, I think we have the Lagos committee or something on reparation. and people started going, now, how much will the reparation be? Who will receive? How will it be shared? And the British High Commissioner in Lagos at that time, I don't think the capital had moved to Abuja, saw me, and he said, this reparation they are talking about, where are they expecting it from? And I said, well, of course, from you people in Europe.
You didn't know that?
Yes. He said, well, when we get the bill, we will send it to the Romans. They will have to pay their own reparation for what they did to the British. And maybe the Romans will send it to the Greek, what the Greek did to the Romans. Now, but I'm not looking at reparation in terms of financial thing. I think Bishop Kuka said what we should do for ourselves. First of all, we should hold ourselves together. Integration but we should make the world accept that we have been wronged. And I made the point in both the introduction and the conclusion of this book that we are not bitter. The past is the past, history. But we should not forget the history. We should also let the world accept, particularly those who have done it, to say, yes, what has been done was wrong. And somebody said, well, but it was done by our forefathers. Yes, but there's, you benefited from it. There's no doubt about that. I was in Glasgow once, and somebody who knew the history of Glasgow was showing me houses that great slave traders built out of the product or produce of, or proceeds rather, of slave trade. I think let there be an apology that, look, yes, this has been done. And the British, the Portuguese, the Spaniards, the Germans, there's virtually no country, directly or indirectly, that is not a culprit as far as slavery and slave trade is concerned. And let them give an apology. Let them admit, and then let them say, never again will this inhumanity, this type of inhumanity against humanity will be allowed to happen. I believe that that is the reparation we are asking for the world to be a better place, a world of equity, a world of equality, a world of reparative justice, not necessarily in terms of money. But if anybody wants to give money, it's welcome. And I believe that those of old diaspora will be more the beneficiary than those of us at home. Because, if I may put it bluntly, maybe some of us at home also were culprit because we fight international war, intertribal, internative, intercity to capture ourselves and sell ourselves out. But for me, it's not in terms of, necessarily in terms of money, but in terms of mind, in terms of heart, in terms of not forgetting, in terms of keeping that, yes, this was the greatest harm that has been done by human beings against a particular race, against a particular group of people, where over 10 million people lives perish. Now, and then we must, on our own part, also appreciate the resilience of our people, those who survive. We must appreciate the strength of our people, the resistance in some cases, and this must be extolled. To say, yes, well, the past is the past. We keep the memory of the history of the past. We are not embittered. We are not paying back in any way. Well, we show love, but when we show love, we must not suffer amnesia.
Amnesia, yes.
If we suffer amnesia, as I said, we will be enslaved in a different sort of way.
Lest we forget. Yeah. I want now to go to Prime Minister Patterson.
I want to say something.
No, hold on a second. I'm coming to you, but I want to give a little preface before I turn the floor over to you, because in February of 2016, the leadership of the Caribbean community wrote to the heads of government of the UK, Spain, Portugal, France, Denmark, and Holland. Now, those are the first 6 that we wrote to. And in that letter, CARICOM said to them, look, this is the history. This is the wrong that was committed. This is the damage that wrong did to our people. And this is the way in which you benefited from that wrong. We are now saying to you, acknowledge that wrong, and then come and sit with us and let us discuss what you can do to repair some of the damage that you have done. And you know, Prime Minister Motley has demonstrated several times over that we're, with even very powerful institutions, where there is a genuine will to find solutions to the problems of the marginalized and dispossessed, where they have a will to want to think outside of the box and to craft concrete and creative solutions, that it is possible. But you first have to have the will to acknowledge the wrong and to come and sit and discuss genuinely how can we repair some of the damage that was done. So Prime Minister Patterson, speaking from the perspective of the Caribbean community, what is your conception of reparations and how should we set about to achieve it?
In human history, the Holocaust and slavery stand out as the two most evil and pernicious acts of all times. They have found a way, and rightly so, to deal with the atrocities of the Holocaust. There has been a stubborn refusal to accept the atrocities of slavery. And we are told it's so long ago, this present generation didn't do it. We are not responsible. Increasingly, partly by the Herculean efforts of the CARICOM committee established for that purpose, under able political and intellectual leadership, more and more universities and corporate institutions of well-thinking are beginning to accept that it was entirely wrong. Governments have not. They have resorted to all kinds of word and semantic choices to avoid saying, "We apologize." Those of us who are practitioners or were practitioners of the law can remember going to court time and time again to hear unrepresented prisoners saying guilty with explanation. And most times when the explanation is given, the judge says, "No, we can't accept that plea because you're obviously saying you're innocent." We can't forget it, and we can't accept anything short of a clear, open, unequivocal, unqualified admission. It was an evil act. We are wrong. We were wrong, and we apologize. Number one. Number two, the perpetrators have done through education a masterful job. They have sought to deflect their own responsibility by resorting to the usual tactics of divide and rule, and particularly seeking to place blame on the African side for some of the atrocities, to exonerate themselves from all blame. Research shows the falsity of that line. It shows that they were prepared to use coercion of every form and kind, but mainly the use of firepower. With great respect, bow and arrow and spears are no response to heavy artillery fire. That's what they used. I believe, and I say so openly, it is not something that CARICOM should indulge in by itself and on its own, because Africa lost to the legendary book of our great Walter Rodney set out
How Europe underdeveloped Africa.
how Europe developed
Underdeveloped. How Europe
underdeveloped Africa. And it began by the removal of 5 generations of the young people of Africa at a stage when they were engaged or expected to be actively involved in advancing development in Africa. So it is not just the Caribbean that suffered. Africa suffered too. We need to be reminded of the resolutions passed by Africa supporting the call for reparative justice. Only yesterday in Grenada, the deputy chair of the African Union alerted me to the fact that Africa has declared this year to be a year for reparative justice. And she has said that they are prepared to make it a decade, if possible. I hope that the second summit in Addis, in Africa, in Ethiopia, is going to convert that in a resolution that we are going to act together so that Africa does not continue to be separated by the Europeans from the Caribbean. It has to be a joint effort. Good. The last thing I would want to mention we have seen the introduction of tariffs, discriminatory tariffs. It is true that at the present time, CARICOM has not fared the worst so far. There are countries in Africa that have had severe tariff lifts simply because they are exporting diamonds and gold, not used by the African people, not to the benefit of the African people, but to satisfy the fastidious tastes of Europe and the developed world. I would like serious consideration to be given to what I would call a reverse export tax, equivalent to the amount that they impose on each of our territories. Unlike they have done with aluminum and steel, where it's a different level from other things. Look at manganese.
Prime Minister, I want you to hold that thought there, because I want to give Mikey a chance to come in on this issue of reparations, and then the final question, because I know time is running out. Yes. We're going to come back. I'm going to ask you and President Obasanjo, looking forward to that second Africa CARICOM summit in September.
Okay.
What would both of you like to see on the agenda of that summit, and what would you like to see as the outcomes of that summit? But to tie off this question of reparations, I want to go to Mikey. How do you, from your vantage point, Mikey, how do you see this concept of reparations, and how should we set about to achieve it?
Mr. Ambassador, I am like Professor Peter. I defer to the president, but I agree totally with what I heard him say about reparations not meaning financial reparations. But what we are asking for, what everyone is asking for, is unlikely that we will get a full apology saying, yes, we were wrong, we were absolutely wrong, we are sorry that we did what we did. Because as I wrote in my book, once they admit wrong, they are then opening themselves up to lawsuits, and that's what they're afraid of. If we are going to ask them to say, yes, we are wrong, we are sorry for what we did, we then have to agree that lawsuits will not follow their admission. If we can do that, if we can get both sides of the coin to agree on that principle, I think we can go forward. This reparation thing that people talk about, sending tons of money to different countries, I don't believe in that. But I just want to touch on also on one point that Prime Minister PJ said about one of the excuses they give about not wanting to admit guilt is that, it was so long ago, the people that are living now, they had nothing to do with it. I will refer them to a lady by the name of Professor Joy DeGruy, D-E-G-R-U-Y. I hope I'm not murdering the lady's surname. Who wrote a paper about PTSS. You know about PTS, post-traumatic syndrome. She wrote a paper, and a book rather, about post-traumatic slave syndrome that has moved from generation to generation. The people that are living now, black people, people of color that are living now, were not subject to the slavery that was supposedly ended in 1834. We were not. But the trauma has gone through generation on top of generation. And she explains it beautifully in our book to talk about the anger that we have carried forward, generation to generation. The lack of self-esteem that we have carried forward, generation to generation. So when they tell us about the people that are living now, we're not responsible for the evils of many, many years ago, hundreds of years ago, that ain't going to carry much water with me, and it should not carry too much water with the rest of the world. PTSS goes from generation to generation. Post-traumatic syndrome goes from generation to generation. So don't bring that to me as an excuse to say, you're not responsible. But I would love to see both sides of the coin come into an agreement to say, yes, we will not be bringing lawsuits going forward if you admit your guilt.
Mikey,
But
you know
that is
what
a
also
healing
goes from
process.
generation to generation? Wealth. Wealth goes
Yes,
from generation to generation.
exactly. And they prevented that, especially in America, with redlining of districts, making it difficult for people of color to own property so that they can build generation wealth. That is what we need to talk to them about. We don't want them to give us money. We want just a level playing field where everyone, irrespective of color or race or creed or religion, has an even chance of developing themselves, building generation wealth, and moving forward as a better world. I am not looking to be a millionaire. I will soon be dead. But people coming after me should have an equal opportunity to build generation wealth just as they did.
Yes, well, you know, the CARICOM, we have conceived of reparations in a developmental framework. But as Walter Rodney wrote, how Europe underdeveloped Africa, Europe purchased its development at the price of the underdevelopment of Africa. And we have to rebalance. We have to rebalance European and global African civilization in the name of justice and what is fair and right and honest. We have to rebalance. But gentlemen, our time is running out, and I want to leave the last question to the two statesmen, the statesman of the continent of Africa, President Obasanjo, and the elder statesman of our Caribbean community, Prime Minister P.J. Patterson. And let me say, before posing this question, that it is really an honor that we have had, this panel, this foursome, but in particular, these two leading statesmen of these two critical regions of our global Africa. And gentlemen, so the final question is to the two of you. We have this second Africa CARICOM Heads of Government Summit coming up in just over a month in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, on the 7th of September. A truly historic event, the first time in some 400 years that the leadership of Africa and the Caribbean will sit around the same table and discuss common issues. What would each of you like to see on that agenda, and what outcomes, practical, concrete, realistic outcomes, would you like that conference to produce? President Obasanjo?
I believe what the buzzword for that meeting should be integration. Economic integration, financial development, and integration in developmental sense. And if we are talking about that, what will I want to see to be the outcome? Can we have common travel document on both sides, common passport in Africa? If you have to go to Africa, you have to, even let's start from common visa. If you have to go to Africa, you have to ask for visa for 54 countries. In the ECOWAS, we have a common passport, but we don't have common visa. We should have immediately followed common passport with common visa. I would want to see common visa, common passport on both sides. I would want to see more integration in financial transactions. I would want to see removal of taxes between goods that move from Africa to the Caribbean and from Caribbean to Africa, so that and this meeting should be annual meeting, so that every year you look at what has been achieved and you move on. We have to think globally and strategically and act as much where it's necessary to act nationally, but to achieve the overall objective of integration. Let us do so. In one sentence, we need to move fast and move fast. Move fast and move far. There is this saying in Africa that if you want to go alone, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. We want to go fast and we want to go far. So we have to move alone together.
Agreed. Agreed. Prime Minister.
I would like to see the meeting resolve as an established sequence for meetings of the summit and for the rotation of locations between the 6 regions where that meeting should be held, possibly once per 2 or at most once per 3 years. I would like to see them instruct that at all meetings of the UN itself and its agencies, including UNESCO, UNCTAD, ECOSOC, they will have meetings of their representatives there to act in concert on decisions that affect the advancement of global Africa. I would like to see them decide on some special trading regime between the countries of Africa and the countries of the Caribbean. Whether we can go as far as a common market might take some time, but they must start with some agreement on a trading framework. I would like to see them agree on some visa abolitions to facilitate the travel of people between Africa and the Caribbean, so that we don't have to apply for a visa, or they have to apply for a visa for every country in the region that they have to visit. Let me say this. I regard people-to-people exchange as most significant if this global Africa is to become meaningful. It cannot be a government to government relationship alone. Anytime we try that, especially in West Indies cricket, we see the result of it. The people have to be involved, and the young people in particular. I would like to see some agreement on collaboration between the universities and institutions of higher learning. I would like to see the establishment of an African Caribbean Commission located somewhere in Africa with perhaps a sub-office in the Caribbean, working very closely, of course, and in harmony with the AU Secretariat and the CARICOM Secretariat. And I would not end without using the opportunity to promote something in which, admittedly, the institute I lead has a vested interest. And that is a pilot hub study and creation for artificial intelligence. That is the wave of the future. That is the way to begin to reshape our economies within the global capitalist market by leveraging capital resources owned and controlled by us. We cannot depend on technology provided, designed by others.
Hear, hear.
And I would like to see something decided. Prime Minister Motley spoke about it in our conference, in the conference in Montego Bay. The communications network is critical. We can't just depend on what we read through the international press, which has other interests apart from our own. The African proverb is applicable here. It depends on who tells the tale of the hunt. Is it the hunter or the lion? It's an ambitious program I am mentioning, but it should be stipulated within what time frame work on each will have to be done. And to a large extent, we have resources within our universities in existence and some of the other organizations, institutes, or centers that have an interest in this. I would say it simply, the time for talking about it has ended. Marcus Garvey heralded it, and Nkrumah supported it. Successive leaders have spoken about it. Baba and myself, I can talk for him on this. Before we close our eyes, we would like to see that we have left this earth with a global African institutional framework that can make us one great people prosperous in a sustainable way, and to reverse the Middle Passage from being one of horror, but one which is a bridge that unites the people of Africa and of African descent.
Thank you, Prime Minister P.J. Patterson, for those visionary and inspiring words. What a sentiment on which to end this historic conversation. Yes, you're on the program. I'm not understanding. I know Prime Minister Motley is to speak. Not understanding you guys.
I think that it would be unfair to this
Gabby,
audience
okay.
for me to speak after Gabby, because Gabby is going to bring it together as he most wonderfully does in song.
Yeah.
But Gabberts, before you start, I would like to say a few words rather than after you speak. The world has received a treat this evening. It is not just a conversation that has been limited to this hall or this country, but one that global Africa can celebrate. It is a most unusual thing for us to have the benefit of the two preeminent statesmen of regions being able to reflect not just once, but in this room now twice, and on a matter that spans centuries of preoccupation for those who were both the victims and those who sought to conquer. You have seen the true definition of statesmanship here this evening. And with Baba, President Obasanjo, and our dear Prime Minister and our own Baba in the region and mentor, Prime Minister Patterson, we have had the benefit of not just 9 decades or so on both sides of experience, but a vision that is likely to last another century. I make this point because the true definition of statesmanship is actually working for and building a future that you are unlikely to see yourself. And that is what we heard here this evening. I am honored that my dear friend Egg, who is chairman of Access Bank, and his wife are here. Access Bank is one of the largest banks in Africa, commercial banks. And ever since Afrexim Bank has been coming here, they too have made it their business to be able to understand this region in order to be able to make the next steps that will help bring together the possibilities of trade and investment. And yes, Prime Minister Patterson, the people-to-people exchanges that will ultimately sustain what it is we are doing. I want to thank both of you for the commitment of presenting and preparing for us this memory. And it is important, not just for those of us in this room or those of us who are on the fringes of it, but because it reinforces that if we forget, especially in a world where the enemy is no longer large, visible, and frightening in a physical way, but is more invisible and capable of maneuvering within the spaces of our brain cells to preoccupy our minds in a way that, as you heard Prime Minister Patterson quote earlier in the debate of the 19th century in the British Parliament, is intended to subject us to domination in perpetuity. When my government was elected 7 years ago, we actively claimed a destiny. We said we want to reclaim our Atlantic destiny, and hence the road project started. And for the first time in this country's history, we made a determination that our presence should be felt not only in the North Atlantic countries of the world, but should be felt in the continent of Africa, and hence our commitment and subsequent action to open embassies in Ghana and in Kenya. In addition, we immediately removed visas for all countries in Africa with the exception of about 5 or 6 countries, and those exceptions were based purely on security reasons. We decided to become a republic because it was important to not just sing Bob's words or talk Marcus Messiah Garvey's words, but to live the reality. And that reality required us, and ironically it was in this very room that we made that determination, recognizing that it must be mentally inhibited for a small child to believe that they could not grow and become the head of state in their own country, and only someone who did not look like them, song like them, or experience what they experienced should be the head of state. But it wasn't only the titular head of state that mattered. It was also the Charter of Barbados, which sets out the responsibilities for the highest office in the land. And by the highest office in the land, I refer not to the office of presidency, but to the office of citizenship, the office of building out this nation. In the words of Ernie Smith, are we building a nation or are we building a hut? We are building a nation. And we took a decision, even in the middle of an IMF program, to put aside a little bit year by year by year by year by year, because we understood that memory must be reinforced by image and imagery. And at the end of each financial year, sometimes money would lapse with institutions, and rather than it lapse, we determined that it was important for us to bring to a greater conclusion the archaeological work that has been taking place for almost a half a century at Newton Plantation, where over 570 slaves were buried and where significant archaeological work was done for us to understand in a real way what really transpired for those who had to endure slavery. Having completed that and going out to have the designs done, I am happy that in this year, 2025, which ironically is also the 75th year of the anniversary of our people being given the right to vote without reference to property, and therefore the ability to claim and forge our destiny under the guidance of Grantley Herbert Adams and others who insisted that we could not contemplate of a future without the right to choose. On this 75th year of that anniversary, and on the 400th year when the British first landed in this country to alter its future and to alter the circumstances of so many, that we should be able to bring this monument to ensure that we never forget what happened here. Barbados, regrettably, was a global leader for the wrong reasons. And in 1661, the parliament to which I belong passed the Slave Code, which stands as one of the most heinous pieces of legislation passed at any time in the history of mankind. Regrettably, it came to be emulated either in full or in part by many other countries and colonies, as they were in the Caribbean, but also in the United States of America, among the 13 colonies as they existed at the time. It is for this reason that the people of this nation must forever remember that we have a duty to pay forward, because the parliament, which is located in our capital city, is responsible through the passage of that legislation for pernicious and barbaric acts being perpetrated on too many for too long. And people ask why we do what we do. If we put a monetary price on everything, we will not be able to understand the importance of this action for the future pride and confidence of the people of Barbados, the people of the Caribbean, and I trust and pray for the people of global Africa, for our circumstances are interconnected. The example of Adwa and the battle and success of the Battle of Adwa at a time when everything black and everything African was deemed to be subject to everything European, is the most powerful example that we can take forward. And the fact that its spirit lives strong more than 100 years after the Ethiopians won that battle against the Italians reinforce in us today why the actions that we take now have the potential to last and to bring benefits to our people 100 years from now. I hope that the monument which we will commemorate shortly, and Baba squared, I hope that your presence here, in spite of the monument not being ready to be unveiled, will allow you to leave blessings with us and our people, because it is important that our people understand that we have a proud history and that we have a capacity to continue to be that humanizing element across the world that reminds people that even when people do wrong to you, two wrongs don't make a right, and that we will not seek to perpetrate wrongs against others simply because we ourselves were wronged. I say so conscious, however, that the extraction of wealth has left us with a development deficit at the point of independence that has to be corrected, and that there must be not just a leveling of the playing field with respect to access to development opportunities, but that the double standards, whether it is with respect to the standards of access to capital globally, or whether it is with respect to access to fairness by an individual businessman or small business person in our own communities, or whether it is because people look in the mirror and tell you don't stand in the sun too long because it can get too dark. How can we remove all of these consequences of that domination and underdevelopment which has been foisted on us? So I leave you here this evening with a clear understanding of what you would wish from us with respect to the carrying on of the handling of the baton, and that when we go to Africa on the 7th of September, may I remind you for the sake of the record that it was equally in this building that the first determination to hold the CARICOM AU conference was announced by myself and President Uhuru Kenyatta, and it was to have happened in June of 2020, but regrettably the COVID pandemic intervened, and the first one became a virtual meeting in September of 2021. And I fully, Prime Minister Patterson, accept your request that we seek to institutionalize this framework in the same way that we have done with other relations across the North Atlantic. I want to thank you for coming. I want to thank you for adding to the richness of our national debate. And I want to thank you for continuing to inspire us in ensuring that we do not forget and we do not let our children believe that they are lesser than anyone. They are not greater than anyone, but they are certainly not lesser than anyone. And as the matter of reparations, may I simply say this last point. The British compensated their planters in 1834. And by the combination of that sum, formally, as well as the apprenticeship system, which was also imposed to guarantee free labor, and in the case of Barbados, the imposition of rules that would prevent persons from living on one plantation and moving around to sell their labor freely to another plantation or circumstances under the control of located labor measures, our people continued to be deprived of the right to be able to earn what they could and to move around as they would and live where they wanted. It is impossible for us to ignore the fact that the British took 1 century to repay that debt incurred in 1834. And therefore, any conversation that says that we should not have,
more like
150 years, a century and a half. It is impossible for us to have a conversation that will remove the issue of development assistance and rebalancing the development deficit with the British. It is not a raw grab for money, but it is a recognition that our development challenges have been constrained by their actions over a few centuries. And it is that mature conversation that we will continue to have. Jamaica is not yet a republic, and therefore they have chosen to go to the Privy Council. We have no such capacity, and I don't regret that we have no such capacity. But it does mean that we have to have a different approach as a nation. And to that extent, Barbados will continue to work with our brothers and sisters in CARICOM, but we reserve the right also now to be able to take our own actions as necessary to be able to rebalance that development deficit. So thank you very much, and may I say to you that even though you will not be present when we unveil that monument, you have set on this evening your spirit to be there to ensure that we too will join that pantheon of great African statesmen in great African countries that are committed to ensuring that slavery and the domination of our people shall never be repeated, because we simply shall not forget. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we close off this evening with the performance by Cultural Ambassador Mighty Gabby, I want to ask everybody for a hearty round of applause for this very worthy panel that we had with us this evening. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to say it's a real privilege to be here this evening, and I want to thank the whole panel and my friend Mikey. Mikey, I hope to see you someday real soon, man. Love you. This first song I'm just waiting until our great former PM of Jamaica gets in place. Hello, can you hear me? Oh, good. All right. This song is entitled War Dance. I hear a drum rolling in London, the Eiffel Tower, and in Washington. The spirit's restless, they want a new deal. The new world order can't see, they can't feel. They brought us into the new millennium, still holding the bread while we receive the crumb. Our raw material is where the bread come from. The game must change in this millennium. 'Cause throughout the world, little boy and girl can't get enough to eat. How come they have no kind of love and still enjoy their sleep? It's an imbalance. Time for the war dance. For the serious crimes, they will all have to pay. Yes, it's an imbalance. Time for the war dance against injustice and exploitation today. Ooh, baba, yeah, yo. Ooh, baba, yeah, yo. Ooh, baba, yeah, yo. Ooh, baba, yeah, yo. Look how we looking up to the website. To them is heaven, to we it is light. They still taking we gold from Guyana, Latin America and Africa. All the natural resources they coming for. Well, that to me is declaration of a war. I mean, why should they have all and we people have none? The game must change in this millennium. 'Cause throughout the world, little boy and girl can't get enough to eat. How come they have no kind of love and still enjoy their sleep? It's an imbalance. Time for the war dance. For the serious crimes, they will all have to pay. It's an imbalance. Time for the war dance against injustice and exploitation today. So I say, ooh, baba, yeah, yo. Ooh, baba, yeah, yo. Ooh, baba, yeah, yo. Ooh, baba, yeah, yo. We ready for the war. Ready for the war. Ready for the war. Look how they're hooking up to the website. To them is heaven, to we is blight. They call that action globalization. To me it's nothing but exploitation. I mean, all the resources that we got, they're coming for. And that, to me, is declaration of a war. So, Why should they have all and we people have none? Yeah, the game must change in this millennium. Cause throughout the world, little boy and girl can't get enough to eat. How come they have no kind of love and still enjoy this sleep? It's an imbalance. Time for the war dance. And for the seniors' crimes, they will all have to pay. Yeah, it's imbalance. Time for the war dance against injustice and exploitation today. Ooh, baba, yeah, baba, yeah, yo. Ooh, baba, yeah, baba, yo. Ooh, baba, yeah, baba, yeah, yo. Ooh, baba, yeah, baba, yo. Me whole guts that spoil when they say black people lazy, black people crazy, black people have no ambition. Well, it's obvious they're not in touch with their history. To them it's a mystery. Who or what is the black contribution? So in this song I will attempt make a little dent, add a little accent, give light to the things black people discover and invent. Ayo, focus on great black achievement. We all know that Hannibal crossed the Alps. The record shows he was looking for Roman scalps. He used the Gauls and the Spaniards with elephants to capture the land. But they won't tell you Hannibal was a black man. I say don't criticize what you don't know. And don't you nail me to the floor with no black blow. And don't you bury me in the proverbial coffin and tight on the screw. Black man, contribute much, much more than you. Black man, contribute much, much more than you. In the dictionary, a little lie is a white lie. Big lie is a black lie. And still they can't tell the reason why. Definition is of extortion is simply blackmail. They now on the blacklist. A black day in your life, they insist. And if you selling goods illegally, well, that's black market. And if you get catch, you need a good white lawyer to get you out of it. Yeah. Pull you from down in the pit, black pit. You hear them raising and praising King Solomon, saying he was the greatest king to rule any nation. Don't you bury me in the proverbial coffin and tighten the screw. Black man, contribute much, much more than you. Black man, raise your hand, raise your hand. Proud black man. Tell Sir Walter Raleigh and Francis Drake, 400 years has come and passed. Raise your hand, cause your freedom coming at last. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. the Most Honorable Anthony Gabby Carter. I'd now like to invite His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo for the book signing and presentation.
Prime Minister, thank you very much. I just want to, Honorable Ike Mokwede and the wife will be leaving us, but I need just to make a point before he he lives. This book, the printing of this book was undertaken by Honorable Agi Mokwede, and I want you to appreciate him for doing this. I thank you very much. We appreciate this, and please keep doing a good job, good work. Appreciate. Safe journey as you go. Prime Minister, thank you very much. My dear brother, Honorable P.J. Patterson, former Prime Minister of Jamaica, thank you very much. Distinguished guests from Africa, the Caribbean, and elsewhere in the world, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting to the end, or close to the end. Let me begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to the government and people of Barbados, and especially to my sister, the Honorable Prime Minister, Mia Mottley, for the warmth and honor of hosting this launch. I consider it profoundly symbolic and timely that this book, Lest We Forget, Slavery, Slave Trade, Colonization, Emancipation, and Preparation, is being unveiled on this sacred Caribbean soil, watered by the blood, tears, and toil of our African ancestors. We conceived of this book only on this hallowed land of Barbados only 2 years ago. This is not an ordinary book. It is a call to remembrance, a call to resist the dangerous drift into the historical amnesia that is overtaking our world today. It grieves me deeply that many, both in Africa and across the diaspora, are beginning to forget, or worse, downplay the brutal realities of slavery and colonialism. We are seeing narratives emerging that distort the truth, forget pain, and silence the generations of voices that cried out from the dungeons of Goree Island, Elimia Castle, Badagry, and Bimbia, from plantations across the Americas, and from the battlefields of colonial resistance. I wrote this book out of that sadness, out of an urgent need to remind us of all that we must never forget. To forget is to desecrate memory. To forget is to deny justice. To forget is to risk repeating the inhumanity of the past in new and perhaps more insidious forms. As the reviewers have shown to us, this book seeks to chronicle, confront, and connect. It chronicles the act of historical injustice, beginning with slavery as a system of dehumanization, moving through the horrors of the transatlantic slave trade, the ravages of colonial conquest, and the continuing hold of neocolonial colonialism. It confronts uncomfortable truths about complicity, exploitation, and the legacy of underdevelopment that still haunts many parts of Africa and its diaspora. It connects the past to a shared future, one that must be built on justice, truth, mutual respect, and reparative action. In this regard, I must thank my dear brother and friend, the former Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Right Honorable P.J. Patterson, who graciously wrote the foreword to the book and contributes a chapter. The scholars whose contribution enriched this book, from Cameroon to Nigeria, Ghana to the Caribbean, have offered us more than academic reflections. They have offered us roadmaps for healing the wounds of the past. They have called for restitution, for the decolonization of our curricula, our economies, and our minds. They have reminded us that while political independence was a milestone, true freedom remains elusive without economic justice and cultural sovereignty. I thank Professor Peter Okebukola, member of the governing board of the Olusegun Obasanjo Leadership Institute, for mobilizing many of these scholars to contribute to the book. And I thank my brother, Honorable P.J. Patterson, for his efforts on this side of the Atlantic, for mobilizing the contributors. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, far too many, both within Africa and across the diaspora, are beginning to forget, reduce, or simplify the lived experience and immense enduring consequences of those dark chapters in history. Slavery was not a single event, but a period of untold suffering, resistance, and resilience that reshaped entire civilization. Colonialism, too, was not just conquest, but economic, political, cultural, and psychological subjugation, whose effects are still visible today. We must not, and we dare not, forget. We owe it not only to our ancestors who endured unimaginable pain and yet showed indomitable strength and resistance in some cases, but also to our children and generation yet unborn, who must understand the journey we have traveled and the work that remains to construct a just, fair, and equitable world. At this point, I wish to single out, and I've done that before he leaves, single out for appreciation Dr. Agboge Agimokwede, a true son of Africa, and a firm believer in the cause which this book addresses. He was instantaneous in accepting to fund the printing of the book when I mentioned the project to him. We thank him, and as I said, he should continue to do the good job. As I bring these remarks to a close, let me share with you a short extract from my conclusion to the book, a message a message close to my heart, and I believe to the hearts of all gathered here today. Let me conclude in the very words with which I ended the book, and I quote, "In creation, all men and women are created equal and are born free and unshackled. From birth, what God did not factor into human creation start to rear their ugly heads through the environment. In no time, through these encounters, the equal becomes unequal. The uniform becomes disaggregated. The free becomes unfree, shackled, and enslaved. Man is the worst enemy of man, and yet he was created to be the best friend, caring and sharing in love, oneness, and harmony. If the six pernicious and iniquitous human relationships that are listed in the first paragraph of this book, these are slavery, slave trade, the transatlantic slave transaction, colonialism, if all emanate from the head, mind, and heart of man and woman, it stands to reason that change for good must come from a new head, a new mind, and a new heart. In the introduction, I laid emphasis on never to forget, which is the product of the head, the mind, and the heart. The experts in their contributions bring up and emphasize the same imperative in their different ways. End of quotation. Let us therefore, as Africans at home and abroad, as custodians of our collective memory and shapers of our shared future, resolved never to forget. Let us remember, reflect, rebuild, so that future generations can live free and proud in a world that is just, fair, equitable, and truly human with love. Let us teach our children what they must know about the past, slave trade, slavery and slave trade, colonialism, and emancipation with reparation. What they must not forget. Let us inculcate these in them at the school level. Let us have simple history books for secondary schools. Let us have simple history book for basic studies in our universities. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished members of this audience, thank you once again, and my great thanks to the government and people of Barbados for your warm hospitality, and to all who contribute to keep the flame of remembrance and justice burning. May this occasion further unite us in our resolve never to forget. I thank you. Prime Minister, on behalf of all of us who work to
Thank you, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite the Acting Permanent Secretary, Prime Minister's Office, Ms. Paula Bayer, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. The Honorable Mia Amour-Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados. His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Most Honorable Percival Patterson, former Prime Minister of Jamaica. Senator Dr. the Honorable Chantal Munro-Knight, Minister in the Prime Minister's Office. Senator Roshana Trim, our distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is my honor and privilege this evening to deliver the vote of thanks. Truly, we have been part of an extraordinary gathering, one that invited us to reflect deeply, to remember courageously, and to recommit ourselves to the work of justice and preserving historical truth. To our Prime Minister, the Honorable Mia Amour-Motley, we express our sincere gratitude for enthusiastically agreeing to hosting of this significant, rich roundtable and book launch. Your steadfast vision has created this precious space for us to gather, learn, and engage in a unique dialogue to build our nations. Thank you. To His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson, Professor Peter Okebukula, Professor Paulette A. Ramsey, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, and Mr. Michael Holding, your voices have brought breadth, clarity, and conviction to this evening's program. We are grateful for the time, preparation, and rigor you each invested. Your insights presented have sown much to ponder and to explore in the future. Ambassador David Comijan, we thank you for so skillfully moderating tonight's proceedings and for your unwavering commitment to the advancement of regional exploration and dialogue. Your partnership with the Division of Culture and the Prime Minister's Office continues to be a valued source of strength and vision. Dr. Ricardo Kelman, our Senior Foreign Service Officer in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, we thank you for your gracious welcome as setting the tone for the evening. Our heartfelt appreciation is also extended to the Chief Executive Officer and staff of the Lloyd Erskine Sandiford Center for the gracious provision of this conference space. To the staff of the Division of Culture and the Prime Minister's Office, we offer a special mention to Ms. Karen Maskell, whose dedication and hard work behind the scenes have been instrumental in bringing this event to life. We thank the teams from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Barbados Police Force, the Barbados Defense Force, and the liaison officers whose support ensured that every detail was seamlessly in place. Our cultural ambassador, Dr. the Most Honorable Anthony Carter, and Miss Betty B. for your moving presentations. Erich Creative Media and his team for their outstanding technical and creative work. We thank Wyndham Grand Barbados, Platinum Services Limited, and Island Care. We thank Ms. Tatiana Best-Goring, whose artistic contribution enriched our visuals. Members of the media, we thank you for your continued partnership in sharing these important messages with the public. To our Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Crispin Hackett, Thank you for guiding the evening with grace and professionalism, ensuring a smooth and engaging flow throughout this evening's program. On behalf of the Division of Culture, I also wish to offer our special appreciation to our Minister, Dr. the Honorable Chantal Monroe-Knight. Minister, your leadership, encouragement, and tireless support continue to inspire our team and elevate our work. We thank you sincerely. Finally, to each of you here in person and those joining online, we thank you. Your presence this evening affirms the importance of our multifaceted history and of collective remembrance. May the conversations we share tonight go far beyond this room and continue to stir us to advocate for meaningful change and better understanding of our people. Our eyes have been opened this evening. We're eager and ready to read, learn, study, and change. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, comrades, thank you for your attention and participation in this evening's roundtable discussion and book launch. We kindly ask that you remain seated as I now invite our esteemed panelists, moderator, and distinguished guests to stand and follow the direction of the ushers.